Good morning, everyone. Join in the pledge. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, thank you for this beautiful day, and I just pray for safety for all of the county employees, and just give the commission the knowledge to make the right decisions for the county. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Make a motion, we approve the minutes as written.
I'll second.
Jen, can you turn your microphone on? Yours as well, Jacqueline,
There it is now.
unless you want it
If
off.
she wants it.
I was like, you can have it off if you
Yeah.
want.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Make a motion, we approve the claims in the amount of $541,982.76.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We have any adds and debates
Not today.
about the approval of the agenda? Do you have any changes?
Yes, commissioners, we're taking off the 11:15 Public Works work session. We're not quite prepared with all the numbers that we need to make good decisions on that day.
Okay.
Do they have a day they want to move it to?
If we could push it out 1 week, that would be the most hopeful.
I'm good with that.
Any other? Is that it?
I believe so.
I'll make a motion, we approve the agenda. Is it written minus the 11:15 Public Works section?
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. AMR? Yes, sir.
Good morning, Dawn Brooks with AMR. I've got your monthly ambulance report for the month of April, this first week of April. Blue Mound had 2 calls, 1 transport. Centerville had 1 call, 0 transports. Lacine had 5 calls, 1 transport. Lane had 2 calls, 1 transport. Lynn Valley, 7 calls, 2 transports. Mound City, 4 calls, 1 transport. Pleasanton, 6 calls, 2 transports, for a total of 27 calls and 8 transports.
I don't have anything except I just want to make sure we have you on the agenda April 14th.
Yeah, and I'll probably have you pull that. I have just a few responses, which I could just send in an email.
That's fine.
Is that okay? Yeah, if you want to take me off, and I don't think I'll have much to say, I can email it to each of you.
Okay.
Okay,
Just email to her and you send it out.
okay.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dawn. Can I read
And
the sheriff's report?
yeah, I'll read it. I forgot that. Sheriff, have it?
Yeah, I can read it.
Okay, go ahead.
Sheriff's report for April 7th, 2025. Total prisoners 55, 6 releases this past week. Total farmed out 1, total farmed in 38, total 911 calls 76, total jail contacts 4,035, total calls for service 654, total civil service paper serve 16, VIN inspections 13, new cases open 27, cases closed 12, vehicle crashes 6, SRO activities 132, bailiff contacts 130 or 175, and livestock out 1.
Okay. Randy?
Good morning, Commissioners. Randy Higwell, Linn County Rural Fire Department, Emergency Management. This week's call totals, we had 6 total calls, brings our yearly total up to 229. The calls, we had 1 wildland fire, 1 EMS assistant, 1 vehicle crash, 1 gas leak, one fuel spill, and then one illegal burn. Just kind of a side note, out of the 229 calls for March, 146 of them, or yearly, or total for the year, 229, 146 of them was in March. That is, what I could tell was a very busy month, even for grass fire season compared to normal. So the crews stayed really busy, and I can't thank them enough for what they put in this last month of March. Long hours and a lot of time. So last week I said that we had a truck that was down. We did get that repaired. It was a O-ring on the fuel system. It's back in service. So that is all I have, unless you guys have questions.
How much busier was that than your normal Marches?
About 3 times busier than last March. Usually 50 calls for March. It was busy. I think a lot of it had to do with the dry conditions and the winds that we had this year. I know, kind of just looking back, we've had more burn bans issued this year, days of burn bans, than what we had in the past too. So just busy month.
I don't have anything else.
Not either.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Thanks,
Have a good
Randy.
week.
Man to the health department.
Good morning. Let me try this one more time. Well,
Are you connected to our internet? Okay.
It doesn't want to work today. Let me open it up one more time. Sorry.
Good. Take your time.
I guess I could go ahead and introduce our new employee, Jacqueline Paletta, as our new county counselor.
Well, I don't think it's going to work today. That's all right. I emailed you,
Are you sure? Should we try?
unless it updates and gives me a new code. It's telling me my code isn't right.
Okay, hold on. I don't know why we always have issues with this.
So usually that code will update like every 20 to 30 seconds. Oh, yours is working.
You put a password in for our internet, right?
Mine automatically
Okay.
connects when I come over here.
That's what we're trying to move on.
Do you want to try it?
There we go.
Is it a different one?
Yeah, it's different. There we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Where's the remote?
Right behind you. It's by the mailbox. Bricks.
Yay.
Commissioners, I emailed this to you so you can
Yeah.
view it there or view it later, whichever you prefer. Just a March update for the health department. Here's some numbers. Compared to the last 2 years, our numbers were a little bit low for March. Part of that was due to the Jayhawk Linn Student Health Fair was canceled this year. That's something that we've attended the last 2 years, and we've either provided education or brought in like a traveling exhibit for that event. So we lost some numbers there. And then as far as staff, myself and Vicki Brown completed our 95 hours of our lactation counselor classwork. And then Amber and Danielle completed their car seat tech classwork and became certified last Friday. And then we had staff out at the governor's public health conference as well. So we've had a busy month. Our numbers just don't quite reflect that. A quick measles update. As of last Wednesday, that's when KDHE updates their measles dashboard. The state of Kansas has 24 cases. As of right now, Linn County still has 0. At this point, 1 measles case is considered an outbreak since this was a previously eradicated disease. All of the current outbreaks right now are in southwestern counties. So this is something we're keeping an eye on. The state is keeping a very close eye on. We'll update you as numbers change. We do expect this number to rise. Just a reminder that the best way to protect yourself against this is the MMR vaccine. If you're not sure if you've had that vaccine, you can contact our office. We can check the state immunization database or try to track down your immunizations if they weren't within the state of Kansas. Some March highlights. Like I said, some of our staff attended the governor's public health conference. At that conference, the governor proclaimed that this week, April 7th through 13th, is National Public Health Week in the state of Kansas. So we are recognizing the vital work of our public health workers. You'll see a couple things if you follow our social media this week, just highlighting our office and the staff there and what we're here to do for the citizens of Linn County. Our Becoming a Mom class, our 6-week class also started in March. Our Nutrition Nook that I've talked a little bit about is finished. So we have some cabinetry there, refrigerator, and then a nice little mural. So the dirt for our community garden was delivered last Friday. They are going to come back this week and add some additional compost, other soil to it. And then we will have K-State come out and do some soil sampling for us. And then we will get our vegetables planted. So this will be vegetables that will be harvested, left in our lobby, and any client or not, anybody from the public can come in and help themselves to whatever we have out there. Some upcoming education opportunities. This week, later on this week, Danielle, our public health educator, will be with the KDHE mobile lab at Jayhawk Elementary. They'll be there for a couple days. They bring in their mobile lab and then students get to come out and they do different experiments, really some fun science stuff, but there's health related things there as well. The National WIC Conference is later this month, and the local health department billing symposium is also later this month. So some things that we have coming up. We are going to put on or host a Deliciously Diabetic 4-part class. This is for anybody who is currently diabetic or maybe pre-diabetic. I'd like to ask the commission as well that these classes, I believe 2 of them are more morning-based and 2 are more afternoon-based. So this is a class that will take place after we do our biometric screenings at open enrollment. So I wanted to know if we had any employees that happened to get results back where they are pre-diabetic or diabetic, if they wanted to attend these classes, though they are during working hours, if they would be allowed to do that and not be penalized or have to take time off for that. Obviously, it would have to allow with their work schedule. If there was something else more pressing that they needed to do, then they wouldn't be able to attend. But I just wanted to see if that was maybe a possibility.
When do you need an answer?
I don't think this class starts till June, so we have a little bit of time.
Let's put it on the agenda for when we'll have an answer for you when you come back in
Sure.
May.
And I can bring each class and their class times. They're about an hour long.
Do you know how many employees that would be?
Well,
Not a clue, or can you
and,
even say that?
and it's kind of tricky because I can't really tell you who
So-
that might be.
We can put it on for May 5th and we'll talk about it in
Sure.
executive session.
Okay. Some of the other things around the corner, a food preservation class, Women and Men's Health Week, National Yoga Day. Like I said, open enrollment where we'll do our biometric screenings for employees. The Lacing Block Party at the Lacing Library, our Keep Me Safe event, the Rock Snake that we did last summer, and then our mammogram bus was rescheduled for July 10th due to weather. And since we had filled our previous appointment times, they had given us from 9 to 4, they've now extended it from 8 to 5. So we have some additional appointments that we can fill there. So if that's something that you're needing done, please call our office and we'll get you on the schedule. That's all I have for you.
You got a lot going on. It's exciting.
It is.
Good
Yeah.
talk.
Any
When
questions?
do you guys leave for Vegas? When are you guys going out there?
We leave the Monday after Easter.
Okay.
So I
You guys
got
have
my,
everything ready for that?
got my
Good to go?
poster all printed and it's all
Okay.
ready to go. All
I don't have anything else.
I don't either.
Thanks, Amanda.
right. Thank you guys.
Have a great week.
You too.
Jesse?
Jesse Walton, Operations Director for the Road Department. Sent out to you service requests created from the beginning of the year to current. 93, 74 closed, 19 are still open. The service requests received last week were 2. Those are both closed. This last week in Pleasanton, we had a blade out blading roads. Jack was here attending the meeting. Franklin and Todd worked on the equipment so we could go and work on the milling down of 1077 and 900. I also had them out helping me on the 900 road project that afternoon on the culverts over there, 900 and Vernon. And then Tuesday I had them help me remove the two sections of remaining culvert in there, and we got those out. Then they were able to get stuff getting ready to take it over to 900, or excuse me, 1077 to 900. He started training Will and Shelley on the paver due to the rain day, so that was a good day for them to work on the paver. They were also able to work on the paver, get the heating working on it so we can use it. Thursday, I went out with them when they milled down 1077 and 900, where we're going to patch those culverts. That milling head actually works out really good. I was quite impressed with it. Then we had a grader out fixing soft spots on the road, and Jack continues to work on equipment. We've got a landfill truck over there in Pleasanton we're working on. I think Jack was going to go pick up more parts for it this morning so we can get it back over to the landfill and get it back into service. Friday, they were going to go through and start calibrating the asphalt equipment so it'll work right when they get going. In Mountain City, normal operations throughout the week. They had graders out. Wednesday on the rain day, I had most of the guys out in all the shops. Not most of the guys. We had all the guys out looking for where the road was holding water and getting culverts cleared due to more rain that was coming in on Friday for us. Will was over there in Pleasanton with Todd. They brought the boom mower over, got it ready to go, and it's out this morning. Boom mowing roads. They're hoping to get through his whole district here, boom mowing all the trees back on the roads. Then they'll get that back over for the Pleasanton district or the North district, whoever needs it next, so we can get those boom mowed. He's got several culverts laid out to be located this week, so they can get those on the week of the 14th. Next week, get those replaced. I went out and checked bridges that Denny's got it lined up for bridges and low water crossings to get cleared out. We've got several of those we've got to get worked on where we're going to have some dry weather for a minute. Denny's gone today. Craig's been working on various pieces of equipment, getting the John Deere tractor and the Schulte mower. He's just about done with it. Got new blades on it, safety guards for PTOs, and the gearboxes all put on. That's it for Mound City. North Shop, same thing. I had some of them down there helping on the 900 project, getting culverts out, dirt moved, so we've got plenty of working room on it. Then just working on roads throughout the week and getting trash picked up on the side of the road during the rain days. Going through this county-wide, the new culvert is finished for the 900 road project. It'll be delivered Wednesday morning. We'll get it out there and get the old ones that are damaged out of there so we can hopefully start that project. I'd like to start it the 14th, if not sooner, depending on how wet it is down there in the creek. Todd reached out to the asphalt company that's hopefully going to have their plant up and running. It should be up this week. He's going to reach out to them today or tomorrow and see when they're going to be up and running so we can get that over on 1077 and 900 repaired. I went out and looked at a bridge with Sean on 1077 and roughly 1525. This was brought up a while ago about some cattle gates that are hanging off the bridge. Went out, looked at that. There's a lot of dirt that needs to be removed. We'll get out there with the engineer and the landowner here, get a date scheduled so we can meet with them and go through a plan to get that fixed and taken care of. I've been going through the bridges this last week on bridges that needed repaired. I'll get a list put together for you guys, hopefully here in the next couple of weeks on a priority of those things that need to be repaired. I went and looked at the bridges on 1700, the bridge close to Iolift Road. I attached some pictures with an email. I hope you got those. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. We just need to put dirt back up on the embankment, put some riprap under there. Just due to overtime, the weather washing that dirt away. As far as any damage done to it, there was none in the bridge report that I got on that bridge. Same thing with the bridge down by Evangeline. There was no damage to that bridge on their bridge inspection report. It's just what we've discovered with our critter that lives under the bridge that we need to take time and go in and put some flowable fill in there, see if we can't get that taken care of there on that bridge. The bridge at Centerville, the one that's right in Centerville, there was no reports of damage on it. The one that's just south of it, across the railroad tracks, there was no reports of repairs on it. The one that's south of that, past the rock quarry, is just dirt that needs to be removed around the south pier on that one. So there was an update for those Centerville bridges that are just right there. I know there are several that have still got to go through. And
What about the road surface there at the edge of them? I mean, that's what she's talking.
right. So we did not get over there with the mill that day to mill that down on that bridge. It is over there. Wes is recycling. Wes Ungerhauer allowed us to stage our equipment over there on his property, so it still is over there. When we're hoping to get over there this week, should be able to get over there this week and mill that down and get that taken care of. That hopefully will get done when we find out the asphalt plant's up and running. Hopefully they'll be up and running this week, then we can just take care of everything over there while we've got all our equipment over there. So, other than that, I just need 10 minutes of executive session with the commissioners for non-elected personnel.
What, are we getting over all the roads just as far as grading them? I've been getting some phone calls that there's some that hadn't been graded in quite.
I know some of the guys have taken a little extra time on some other roads, so it has taken them a little bit longer to get around on those. I have spent quite a bit of time this last couple of weeks driving roads and giving the foremans those roads that need to be taken care of out there. So it has taken a little bit longer for them to get around with this little bit of rain we've got and some of the other roads that they've taken a little bit more time on to fix these potholes and washboards and some of the washouts that have been neglected on these roads.
Jacqueline, do you need to talk to him about exactly what this,
In regards to your request for non-elected personnel, can you give us more of a bird's eye view? Are we talking about job performance or?
It'll be job description and job description and new hire.
Thank you.
okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. Want to do that now, or? Well, I make a motion, we go into executive session with Jesse, the three commissioners and our council for 10 minutes for non-elected personnel for job description and new hire. We'll return at 9:35.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
This is pursuant to KSA 754319.
Wait. 35 after.
We do have some action from executive session.
We have to wait 1 minute.
Okay.
Oh, yep.
Hold up. We got another minute to wait.
It's a very long minute.
Hmm?
It's a very long minute. Okay.
Okay, we have some action from executive session.
Commissioners, I'd like to hire Joseph Maxfield as an equipment operator without a CDL on the pay matrix at 7C, which is 17.039 an hour.
That's my motion.
I'll second it. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. That'll go with pre-employment and a physical test, fit for duty test.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll make a motion. We go back into executive session with Ms. Paletta, Jen, the commissioners, Danielle, and Jesse regarding job descriptions for non-elected personnel. That's my motion. 5 minutes.
Okay. We'll return at 10:40. I'll second it. All in favor, say aye.
Hi. Oh, this is my first time, dude. What's going on?
There was no action from executive sessions. Go ahead, Jesse.
The only other thing that I have is we did put out for oil bids for this paving season. We should be getting all those back by Friday. We put Friday as the date to get all those in. So hopefully I'll have all those in that we can bring next week and get those to you commissioners.
What about the mower tractor? What are we, as far as the one we leased, what's everybody's feeling on that?
We've hit our hours on it, so it'll sit there till our
Do we
lease.
want to do it again? Or is it,
I don't know where it's going to sit until the end of July, 1st of August, till we can renew the lease again on it.
I don't think you'll renew that one. I think they'll come get that tractor.
Yeah, they'll come get that tractor and trade it out for sure. That's the way the lease program works. But whatever direction you commissioners want to go on that, either way with me on that. I mean, it makes it nice if we have like a dump truck down that's getting worked on and we just have a driver that's not doing much. We can put him in a tractor to go mow, which does help quite a bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so I don't,
We just should charge a little extra if we're over hours on it anyway. It's just time.
yeah, it's just time and a half on that tractor. On that, which I see the benefits of it and then also the cons of it too. But however you guys want to proceed with that, if we want to do that again at the end of the year.
You want to talk about it next week?
Yeah, we can
Jason?
talk about it.
Get an
Jason.
answer for him. Get an answer next week.
Okay,
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
thank
Thanks,
you.
Jesse. Have a good day.
Sean?
Sean West, Public Works Administrator. If I could, I'd like 10 minutes executive session for non-elected personnel in reference to performance and the other on a return to work. I would like the commissioners, HR, legal, and Jesse in the room.
Is that a good enough description? Okay.
Is this two separate things or one thing?
Two things.
Okay, so what is the first thing, please?
The first thing is performance. The second thing is return to work.
Okay, we're only going to talk about one at a time. So let's talk about the performance first. So we'll go into executive session to discuss non-elected personnel pursuant to KSA 754319. And you need who in that meeting?
For performance on that one, the commissioners, legal, and HR.
Okay, so we just need a motion on that. How many minutes do you need?
5 minutes.
I'll make a motion. We go into executive session with legal commissioners Sean West, Danielle Souza for a performance evaluation pursuant to KS 754319 for 5 minutes.
I'll second that. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We'll return for
9:49.
5:49. Was no action from executive session. We had
The next thing I had was 5 minutes of non-elected personnel executive session for work scheduling or performance, or return to work, I'm sorry, is how I termed it the first time.
for 5 minutes.
I'll make a motion. We go into executive session with legal, Jesse, Sean, Danielle, commissioners, and legal for return to work pursuant to 754319 non-elected.
I'll second it. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We'll return at 9:55.
Well, no action taken. I make a motion, we extend for 10 more minutes regarding the same issue on return to work.
I'll second that. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, say aye.
This is for personnel matters related to non-elected personnel pursuant to KSA 754319.
We'll return at 10:06. Was no action from executive session.
You go to public comment and then go back to
I don't care. I guess we can.
10:06.
Yeah.
You good with that?
There is some public comment.
We'll open it up for public comment. If the citizen desires to speak on an item not on the agenda, may do so at this time. Discussion is limited to 5 minutes and the commission will not take action. Items introduced under public comment may become agenda items at a later date or time.
Jan,
Hi,
how are you today?
good, thank you. Jan Longenecker. Earlier this week, I gave a Kansas Open Records Act request to Mr. Harris. And I understand that those are supposed to go through the clerk's office. So I filled out the form there, and there was some question as to whether or not there would be a charge for those records. And my request is that since we're not having to go through the archives somewhere, boxes of records, and there probably will be little or no copying, that those charges be waived for this. It's something we'll be doing monthly until we get resolution on the issue.
I'm sorry, are you saying that you're going to be submitting core requests monthly for the same documents?
Yes, in order to, you're not familiar with this issue, but we're talking about the Sunshine Meadow subdivision. And in order to meet our 60-day requirement for protesting that with the Board of Zoning Appeals, we have to make sure that we're within that 60-day deadline. So every 30 days, we're going to be giving an open records request to the zoning director for any building permits that are issued.
I see.
And he has said before that he would do that. We could just call him, but we missed a deadline in the past that has brought us to this point, and we can't miss deadlines again. So we're going to have something in writing that we have submitted this. So my understanding is that there is ability to give a waiver on this. So
Okay, so just to make sure I understand. You're submitting the core request every month. It has to go through the clerk's office though, not Kent.
That's correct. I'm the public information officer. for
So
the county.
it's got to go through the PIO. So we're going to bypass Kent on this. You're going to
Right.
be going through the clerk's office, okay? And you're asking for a waiver. Do you have an estimate on how much that would be?
A statute says that we're allowed to charge a reasonable fee for our time incurred. If I'm doing the work, I can charge what I infer my reasonable hourly earning to be, and I can charge up to the quarter hour or 1/10 of an hour. So it's a matter of, when I start working on this, who I'm communicating with, how long it takes them to get me the documentation.
And you're okay with an email and nothing printed?
as far as the results of the
Mhm.
search,
Yeah.
oh, sure.
I know in the past, David didn't charge
Yes.
if he emailed it to me. And whenever I ask things, but maybe that's.
Well, the
just-
clerk's an elected official. They can do
Yeah,
what they
right.
wish. But I've been telling people core requests are
Bill.
approximately expecting $35 an hour for work. So minimum.
Around. Okay.
I would understand if we had to go down the basement and dig through boxes of records and copy those and send them off to the press or whoever might be requesting. But since he looks on his computer, it takes about 5 minutes. He says, no building permits this month, or there is a building permit, and he emailed the results to me. I mean, it's not a time-consuming effort on his part.
It is on a software program. I'm just wondering if that's even information that's public knowledge or should be out there anyways. Is it something we can talk about?
Yeah, it's something that we're gonna need to look into and talk about, this, again, public comment is sort of a
Right.
one-way directional information, so he's expressing his request. he's expressing his request to have the fees waived for responses to his core requests regarding these building permits. Thank you for the information. We will look into it and get back with you to the extent that you have submitted formal core requests to the clerk as required. They're allowed to respond back to you regarding an estimate, and those could still be waived at the time that the documents or not documents are ready to, for your pickup or electronically delivered.
And that's going to be up to the clerk, or is that up to the commissioners if we make a motion to not give the fee?
You could make a motion to
That's what
waive
I hear
any
him
fees.
asking, so I want to give him an answer, and I'm going to give him an answer within a week.
That could,
We put it on the agenda for next week? Because
Yes.
that's what, I mean, it states right in let's put it on the agenda.
Are you okay with that next week?
Sure,
Okay.
sure, that's fine. Other issue is, I would like to know if the board received the letter from our attorney.
I have anything.
It's not been received through the clerk's office.
Pardon me,
I haven't received anything through the clerk's office.
if I may approach the table.
Anything you guys look at
Yeah, it
becomes
has to
open record at
become,
this point.
yeah. Need a copy of mine.
His 5 minutes are up, by the way. You're not obligated to listen anymore if you don't want to.
We'll have an answer for you next week, okay?
Thank you.
Thanks, Jan. Have a good day.
Good morning. Jim Hendershot, 70 West Lakeside Circle in Lacine or Tanglewood Lakes. I see on the upcoming agenda for the 14th, there's an item for Tanglewood. I'm curious if you're expecting discussion or some type of action at that meeting, or has that been determined yet?
I don't know anything about it except I have on my calendar that Tanglewood has a meeting on the 12th.
Correct.
So Jason is not here today and he's going to be that liaison for Tanglewood. So I'm assuming Jason will be showing up to that meeting and then coming back to us on that Monday. And then we'll be discussing and we'll have a letter that we're going to read out loud from our attorney
Okay.
on what action we're going to be taking
Okay.
and how we're moving forward or how we're not moving forward regarding the roads.
Perfect.
So unfortunately, Jason isn't here today, but he will, I believe, be at that meeting on the 12th. We needed direction somewhat from.
I understand. If I'm understanding you correctly, ma'am, you're not anticipating any action on the 14th, more of a discussion then?
I can't say that.
Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Good morning, Commissioners. Darren Wilson. As you can see, I've got a lot that I could talk about, but I only got 5 minutes. So my only request is that I need a list of all the registered voters, Republican, Democrat, and Independent. Thank you.
All districts?
All districts.
That's a core request. You need to
Yeah.
submit through the clerk's office.
Would you like an answer, Darren? Because what I'm hearing Danielle say, that's a core request.
It's not, but that's fine. I'll get it. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else? We'll close public comment. We'll talk about the gazebo.
10:10. You would come back to the gazebo and go to fleet management because gazebo is going to be with Sean.
That one go to fleet management.
You guys ready to go? All right, perfect. So, yeah, is he coming in?
I don't believe so.
We were just going over legal documents. I think we're going to go into executive session.
Oh.
Um,
I did email you all the things you need, right, Jacqueline? Okay, perfect.
is this pursuant to 754319 or no? If it- I'm gonna go 15. I'm
She's
waiting on,
looking at
I'm
the
waiting on the
statute.
statute number and then I'll make the motion. Okay. I make a motion, we go into executive session with sheriff and under sheriff, legal, HR and commissioners regarding contracts for non-elected personnel under statute 754319.
We're all
15?
15.
Did you include Kent? Sorry.
Well, he's not here. Kent Olson is the
Oh,
one.
sorry, I thought you were talking about Kent. My bad.
Kent Harris is, yeah. Just that. No, it's okay. Am I right? Kent's not here, correct? I think we're just gonna go over contracts. That's my motion.
I'll second it. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We'll return at 10:32.
Hey, actually.
Okay, next week.
I'll have Daniel send an email.
Yeah. Hi, Barbara.
Was not active in executive session.
You're gonna move to roadway safety.
We'll go to the roadway safety action plan.
Hello.
Good morning, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Do you have the password to our internet? Are you good to go?
I think
You got it?
she was going to help us out. I just am using this in case my eyesight's not super great today.
Okay.
But my name's Emily Petrentone. I'm with Kimley Horn. You've probably corresponded with Aaron Pritchard. He's my colleague.
Can you speak up, please?
Yes.
You can.
Sorry about that. A little shorter than the last person up here. We can go through the PowerPoint if you would like. It's been sent to you if you want to review it on your own time. I apologize.
You can move it down too. There you go.
Thank you.
Just a little soft spot.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
So if you would like to go through the PowerPoint, we can. It has been emailed to you if you want to review it on your own time. We are just here to answer any questions, but we can go through it if you would like.
I say go through it because I haven't even gone through it.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm sorry. I don't know. Did you
Go
send
through
that
it
over
if
to
you'd
me?
like.
I'm
Okay.
Okay. I'm like,
I believe it's in the SharePoint.
So we are working on a Safe Streets for All plan, which is also known as an SS4A, as part of the Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission. The Southeast Regional Planning Commission is a consortium of 9 counties in Southeast Kansas, and obviously we are in Linn County today. So if you want to go to the agenda slide, please.
yep, I can go.
We'll go over the program itself and how we are looking at it within Linn County. Go over the process and the findings that we've gone through already, and then the next steps for the program. So we are one of 3 consultants working in the Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission. And we are in Linn County today. I'm part of Kimley Horn. If you want to go to the next slide, please, have gone through data analysis and talked to a variety of stakeholders in Linn County, including a safety task force that has been established to gather information on the crashes and other safety concerns on the roadways. Right now, we are looking at strategies and actions to go forward to develop recommendations for the improvements in Linn County, if you want to go forward. So for funding, it is recommended that the plan have these 8 components, and apologize. In order to maximize funding. Vision Zero commitment is required as part of the safety action plan, and that is a resolution that would aim to get 0 fatalities or serious injuries on the roadways. If you want to go to the next one. So we surveyed the entire Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission, and it was found that fatal and serious injuries were most commonly found in roadway departure-related crashes, unrestrained occupant-related crashes, and intersection-related crashes. That remained true in Linn County. However, in Linn County, curve-related crashes were also very prevalent. So throughout the region, distracted driving, impaired driving, intersection-related crashes, and speeding vehicle crashes were the most common to cause serious or fatal injury crashes, and to us that are the biggest concern for addressing in the future of Linn County. So for Linn County in particular, if you want to, You can see that crashes are, in this map, it shows that the higher density of crashes are those that are yellow, red, and the lower concentration of crashes are bluer. So the crashes are most concentrated along I-69, and you can see that there is a hot spot at the interchange of 69 and 52. That board is also blown up. Just kidding. I thought it was in the back. I was a liar. There's other ones. There are boards in the back that we'll go over in the next maps, but there were 23 fatal crashes and 291 injury crashes within the last 10 years in Linn County. 26% of those crashes were roadway departure related, which is when a vehicle leaves the roadway. 16% of those were curve related, and 49, which is 16%, were intersection related. So similar to the entire consortium, unrestrained occupant related roadway departure and curve crashes were the number one issue in Linn County. You can see that some of the other issues that we saw were motorcycle related crashes and alcohol related crashes that caused fatal or serious injury. So in the back, we have a couple boards that we would like some feedback on because the data can only tell us so much. So one of those boards is the high injury network. Basically, we look at the amount of crashes in the county and see where they're most likely happening. So for local roadways, about 10% of the miles accounted for 93% of crashes, which means we should really look at those 10% of the miles. And similarly for state crashes, state roadways, 19% of miles account for 93% of crashes. So those are our focus areas. That combined with what we've heard from stakeholders is how we get the focus areas, which is on the next slide.
On the top 10%, if you go back to that, is that on where the X's are?
If you go back, sorry, thank you. So the X's represent fatal crashes and the dots represent serious injury crashes. It's blown up in the back if you want to take a better look at it.
I will. I was just trying to figure out where the top 10%
Yes.
account for the 93%. And is that on a color? Is that purple or no?
So purple and red indicate those. The purple is the state roadways that are in the top 10% of crashes. The red is the local roadways that are in the top 19% of crashes. There are different thresholds for state and local roadways just based on a multitude of factors.
Thank you.
Thank you. These are some of the countermeasures that we will be looking at to implement. And if there are some countermeasures that you would like to see or not like to see, and we are recommending those, please let us know because each community is very unique and countermeasures should be tailored to them. So if we're recommending something that you're like, oh my gosh, no, please do not ever put that on our roadways, tell us. So one of the big countermeasures we'll be recommending for roadway departure crashes is rumble strips and delineating road size hazards. Are we not a fan
I'm
of
sorry.
rumble strips?
I've just been asking for rumble strips on 69 highway for over 5 years.
Well,
So that's, and that's the highest, looks like death and crash.
for sure.
Be in between 1350 to Lacing exit. We haven't had rumble strips for over 5 years. And that's one thing I'll be addressing with KDOT next week. So thank you for pointing that out.
I appreciate it. It's good to know that the data is showing something that is an issue here.
Perfect.
Another one that we will be looking at is curve treatments, which is on the next slide. That includes signage, post-mounted delineators, and in-lane warnings markings. The next one would be intersection improvements, which would be adding signage, including flashing beacons, maybe doubling up on signage or making advanced signage so that people are aware that intersections are coming. And then on the next slide, we have some targeted countermeasures, which are at those more specific roads or intersections that need a little bit more than just some signage. So that maybe roundabouts or turn lanes, depending on the area. And on the next slide, here are our focus areas in Blue are the local focus areas, and green are state focus areas. So we've identified 9 LRSP projects. If that is not a familiar acronym, that's Local Road Safety Plan. That was completed a few years ago for Linn County. There are 5 roadway departure and curve projects, 2 intersection projects, and 1 corridor study. On the next slide, these are the exact areas and how many crashes have happened at those areas within the last 10 years. These are local projects. So you can see that 1150 Road and 1100 Road from K7 to Pleasanton West city limits is the top priority for roadway departure crashes. 37 crashes have happened there in the last 10 years. And then on the next slide, here are state focus areas. US 69 from K152 to 1350 Road has had 231 crashes within the last 10 years. So that is something that is definitely a focus. But going forward, if you go to the next slide, please, the next steps would be to, thank you.
You're done.
To organize any input we received here today and prioritize some projects for draft safety action plan. After we present the draft safety action plan, we'll receive comments from y'all, and once that is adopted and a Vision Zero commitment is adopted, funding applications would be made and then implementation. So there are some boards in the back, and if you would be willing to give us some feedback, that would be fantastic. If we are missing any roadways, or if there are certain areas that you're like, yes, please, this is exactly what we need, that's what we're looking for. And we appreciate your time, so thank you.
So is this something we are working with you? Are you asking us to buy in with you? Or is this something you're already doing? You're just informing us that this is what you're working on for us?
So we are already working on this. We are working with this Southeast Kansas Regional Planning Commission. They applied for a Safe Streets for All plan, and we are working on that. So it's already happening, and we are working for you on this and would like feedback.
Who's your contact person to us? I mean, you're working on it. Do we have a contact person?
Yeah,
Can you come to the microphone, please?
this is Jeff. He also works with me. I'm just deferring to him before I say the wrong thing.
Thank you.
Jeff McCarroll with Kimberly Horn. We've been reaching out and contacting with different staff personnel within Public Works, as well as the Sheriff's Department, to get their input and feedback. So really, this is an opportunity, and all this information is available online through the Southeast Kansas, to see if, are we catching the points you see? Are there other locations in which you think there might be crash problems or anything like that that we need to address? And as was mentioned, are there any other features out there that you see that you like or dislike? Hearing somebody loves rumble strips is great, because I think they're one of the most effective means of alerting drivers as they go out there. So it's really a chance just to open up, let you know this is going on. Opportunity for feedback, certainly welcome that over the next few weeks as we look towards finalizing the plan, and we'll be back again later with that final plan for your consideration.
So the final plan for our consideration does what?
So it does a couple things. It's not a binding commitment, but it actually gives you information to help guide your decisions on what future grants to go after. It also makes, once you adopt that, makes you eligible for federal grants. There is actually, through the current bipartisan infrastructure legislation, money set aside for safety enhancements. One of those, to implement those, that requirement is you have gone through this process. So by going through this, you're eligible to go after money. It is a competitive grant nationally, but it does not necessarily go through the state, unlike a lot of the other grants you go through. This information, though, is also useful on things like the KDOT has a high-risk rural roads grant application. This gives you more information to pursue those funds. And lastly, coming up this fall, KDOT will be doing their local consult process. So this helps you informed information if there's objects in this project which you see that there's a great desire for, such as modernizing US 69 with rumble strips. That's an opportunity for you to make that case once again to KDOT for those elements to be worked in. So it's getting, if you will, it's getting some boxes checked off that's going to make you more competitive to pursue other funding streams.
I mean, I was just thinking, we were already looking into this. Why are we looking into hiring an engineer? We're doing our own road safety workshop and all, like, it looks like they've already done the work. I can't believe we didn't know about it. This is the first time hearing of it.
I'm not sure what you're doing or working on right now as far as local road projects, but yeah, I'm trying to
You
keep you.
guys, if we gave you certain roads that we were considering on, you know, I guess putting blacktop on or things like that, is that part of this plan at all, or could it be? And
So that's some of the modernization. If we see roadways, county roads that have a high injury network that's on an unimproved surface, that would rise up to that. Those tend to be low volume, so we don't have quite the number of injury or fatality accidents as on other facilities.
It has to do with the injuries, is what you're saying.
Yes, this one's really focused on safety and injuries, so.
Is there a traffic engineer on your team, or what is the engineering side of your team, if anything?
So there is, I'm an engineer, licensed here as well, in the state of Kansas. So yes, we take a look at what we're looking at is spot improvements for where we can make safety improvements, as well as systematic improvements, such as adding shoulders, things of that nature that would have a direct benefit based on the crash trends we are seeing and the crash risks we're seeing out there as well.
have you worked with emergency management or AMR in each county to try to figure out?
We have reached out to them in every county. I can't remember specifically our feedback here, so we can get back with you on that.
I would like that. Hopefully Dawn would be in touch with you guys. And then I guess my only other question, I have a lot. I would like your cards if you don't mind.
Certainly.
I'll definitely look at the boards at the back, but I
And-
guess moving forward, it's like we get a copy of the final document
Mhm.
and that pushes us into I guess we could still work with Southeast Kansas Regional Planning to write for these grants, these federal grants for our roads.
You can, and you can do that yourself as well. You don't
Okay.
have to go through the Southeast Kansas, so.
In the past, who have we put that grant writing, would that be under Sean or would that be under economic development?
Like on 1095,
Is Jim's microphone on?
there's grant involved there, right?
Turn your mic on.
1095 has two items, roads granted
Right.
under this year and next year based on past studies that would have been done similar to this one, that would have supported those being high-risk rural roads and supplied the funding for them. There are specific engineers that have been hired to work those projects by KDOT through that funding program. But as far as who put in for the grants and the team, I believe at the time, Jessica may work with regional planning, but I can't tell you whether she did the work herself or she used numbers or things or resources from them to do it as well.
Yeah. KDOT's high-risk rural road program isn't meant to be a arduous grant process that you go through. It should be something that your staff is able to submit on. The federal program is much more competitive. It often requires a lot of governmental entities retain consultants to write those if they don't have a large staff themselves. And KDOT has a lot of programs that are out there to help local communities understand the grant writing process and how to position for those. So,
When do you need our feedback?
really looking to hear from you over the next few weeks. We can also take time if you desire more. We can leave this board and information with you if you'd like. And this is also available online for you.
I don't think I need it just because I have it all on here.
That's
However, feedback, we'd like to get back with you and give you our feedback,
Mhm.
right? I feel like we should. You said 2 weeks?
I think that'd be fine. Yeah.
Email or,
Email would be fine.
I'll grab my card.
okay. And then this would be completed at what time?
We're looking right now to wrap, over the next couple of months, wrap this process up. There's not a hard deadline. We don't want to, I never want to risk
Right.
rush local governments into anything. So if you need more time to evaluate anything, we'd certainly want to give you that too. So.
Okay. We'll plan on a couple weeks and get you guys an email. Thank you. Appreciate it. Do you have any other questions?
I don't have.
Thank you for all your work on this.
Thank you very much.
It's like
for
an
your time.
amazing project, so we're looking forward to working with you. Thank you. Do you want to break until 11?
Lisa's here, ready to go if she wants to. Unless you want to break.
Kent also, I think, is waiting to speak, unless you need a break.
Well, I was wanting a break. Just give me 5 minutes.
I'll make a motion to have a recess till 11 o'clock.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, say aye.
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 No, it's not.
session. I guess we go to executive session with Lisa for non-elected personnel. What is it?
10 minutes or 10 minutes?
15 minutes?
Can you come to the microphone, Lisa?
I need to discuss some non-elected employees. Not job performance, just things that are going on in our office, moving of people and
Position changes?
position changes. Okay.
Job description.
Job description, yes.
For 15 minutes?
That'd be plenty. Yeah.
Okay, that's my
May not be
motion.
that long.
Will be the three commissioners, our legal counsel. Do we need our,
You want Danielle to come?
Do you need HR?
I don't need HR.
okay.
Unless you want to come. I don't care.
15 minutes. That's my motion.
Okay, statute. 75, 43, 19.
You're correct.
I'll second, but I thought you had to say it, but I don't know. Okay.
That was my motion. So, seconded. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. We do have some action from executive session.
Yes, we would like permission to hire 2 new employees for the appraiser's office, as we have some change in retirements, and we're going to be needing the extra field staff.
I'll make a motion that we allow Lisa in the appraiser's office to go out for 2 new employees.
I'll second that. Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay.
Have a good day. On new business, let's just move Jason's Hightower's District 2 to next week. Okay, I think we're finished up with everything except for Sean, right?
Let's see, we got the gazebo. Yep, we got to finish on, and then the
Can you
gazebo.
talk about the
quote.
gazebo as well? It was on the agenda for 10:10 for the gazebo. Can you talk about that first?
Yeah, last week you said it was gonna bring a written.
Sean West, Public Works Administrator. You'll notice this doesn't cover roofing. So there'll be an added cost for covering the roof structure. I would assume it would be with sculptured shingles, something depending on what we get for the courthouse that would be similar or matching.
Okay, so I just have a couple of questions in general regarding the gazebo and the repairs and the estimates. We're using an in-house person that is on, he's not an employee,
He's a
right?
contractor,
Contractor
correct?
for the county.
Correct.
How many other contractors do we have for the county?
You have contract employees such as economic
Like,
development.
no, like repairs,
This
like
is the only one.
construction. He's the only one we have for
Only
construction, right?
Carpenter.
Okay. So he's a carpenter
A
contractor.
general contractor.
And every time we want to do anything like a floor repair, anything like that, why are we going out to just him? I just don't understand. Why do we not go out for RFP?
On the smaller jobs is what we've done here. We hired him for the small jobs to go around and take care of the small issues we've had throughout the county.
Okay.
We was, instead of having to go for an RFP on the larger jobs, we had a contract with him to do the small.
And I think if you'll ask Danielle, her floor got done over the weekend timeline and for small jobs and working around our staff where some people won't work nights or weekend. He's accommodated us for these small jobs to get them done.
We have a contract with him on just as need basis.
Correct.
Is it hourly or no?
Yeah.
Then what is this 5,000 material and labor? 5,084.
That's his,
That's what we're gonna pay as a county?
that's his estimate for what it's going to take to complete that project.
So we don't pay him that. We pay him just hourly.
You pay him hourly, but he's trying to figure a number of hours and materials that would go into it.
Us as far as what it'd take, he thought he'd take to do the job.
So when you see these dollar amounts here, He's saying my time and the materials to put this handrail together is gonna total this much. The whole project totaling hours and labor and materials is gonna be this much.
I just have questions on it. Legally, are we allowed to do this? I thought we have to go out for an RFP. This is over $5,000. Actually, no, hold on. A gazebo is online. If I'm just looking at a brand new gazebo, it's not even as much as this is going to cost to repair. And there isn't any historical restrictions for us as a county. So I don't understand. This is a lot of money.
I don't know the history of the gazebo. All I know is that SHPO advised that they would like us to put it in as a project, although it doesn't require the same approvals as the courthouse itself because it is on the registry. They would like anything that affects the courthouse on the registry to still be passed by them so they can give us an opinion on it, whether or not we're putting it back in an historically valued nature.
To be clear, I am in favor of rehabbing and renovating the gazebo. I am in favor of that. However, I could buy a brand new one online cheaper than it's going to cost to fix what we have, according to this. I don't know how to proceed, but I'm not in favor of approving this.
Okay.
Not this one. I would like to go out for an RFP, and also if we're going to go out for an RFP to repair, I think a brand new one should be considered as well. But does that need to be two separate RFPs for repair? Or
Typically, at that price, we wouldn't go out for an RFP. We would call and get bids. We wouldn't go out for an RFP until it went well over, just over 20,000 for the project. So in the price range that you're looking at, you would call and get written bids.
for 10,000?
Correct.
So we want to table it to next week, or what do you want to do?
I'm in favor of making a motion that we go out for RFP on replacing or repairing the gazebo.
So that's going to be two separate ones, right? I mean, a repair or a replace.
And are you wanting to go out for RFP or to call and make those inquiries and typically we'd get at least 3 bids for each to repair or to replace?
Well, it goes back to the vendors on the online. They're not up to date. It goes back to who are we notifying when we go out for RFP? We're just putting in the newspaper. If we don't even do that, it's just on who you would call. I'm not saying you don't have a list, but it doesn't seem fair to the public to not have an RFP put out where everyone can have an opportunity to bid on it.
Well, that would be, in my opinion, why they priced the RFPs in certain ranges versus calling and getting written invoices, because it does cost to do that process.
Well, how did Randy Page get to be a contract construction GC for Linn County? How did that happen?
You would have to inquire of the commissioners.
Okay.
Yes, was
Can we
looking
go
for-
into legal on that at some later on? Okay, we can move on for now, but I would like to, are you in favor of doing the RFP on the gazebo, or do you want to table it?
Let's table it for now until we get to, I'm good with tabling it for now.
Monday? Put it on for Monday. I get it.
else, Sean?
Three different bindings.
What you have is the returns for the RFP for on-call engineering. To simplify what you have there, you should have been given an Excel spreadsheet. That Excel spreadsheet should have had all of those engineers' names on them. And a recommendation, or at least one highlighted. If it was not, I apologize. But the company, based on the bids that we got and the prices that we got, along with you got to understand, they bid several different services. Those services range from general engineering to specific types of engineering, or to travel cost and other services such as surveys. So, in looking down all of that and the services provided, along with the prices listed, our recommendation is that you hire Peppercorn Engineering as our on-call engineer. As you remember, we went through part of the 2-year engineer cycle that we normally hire the on-call engineer. We went through part of that cycle, lost our engineer, and my recommendation is to hire out the rest of that cycle and complete a 2-year program so we don't have to do this all over again in less than 12 months. Because we have several projects going and we're going to need them for an engineer for the courthouse project, the grant project, the road projects, and several bridges that we are currently waiting, and even FEMA projects that we're waiting on engineering on. And it's what I guess I'm trying to express is it's pretty imperative that we hire an engineer today so that we can move on with those projects and meet those grant timelines and those reporting timelines.
What was your reasoning for hiring Peppercorn?
Peppercorn Engineering, on the cost across the board, we believe the services that they provided, they were either 1 or 2 on the costs that were needed in the services that were needed, and their travel and availability scored high as far as their service to be able to provide on-site engineering, because they are fairly local.
Do you know anyone there?
Do I know anyone at Peppercorn Engineering? I've had contact with several of their engineers and we're currently working projects with them as well. But typically I would make contact with Gabe at their office. And having made this request, you understand that we will go out to bid for the biannual bridge inspections as well, because those services normally we get other offers and better rates by bidding those separate. So there are some services engineering wise that will be separate from this.
What's the difference on BG Consultants, principal 1, 2, and 3?
I'm sorry.
Okay, so on Peppercorn, you have principal, it's just $2.50 an hour, but on BG Consultants, it has positions for principal 1, 2, and 3 with a cheaper rate. What's the difference between principal 1, 2, and 3?
Service levels or qualifications.
So I guess we just don't know what we're getting with Peppercorn on principal, and it doesn't.
Some of those were not bid because some of those services for each company are not every company has a surveyor, not every company has different types of technicians or things. We look to find which ones that we would use primarily.
Well, BG would be higher on all three anyway, right? Peppercorn,
65,
Peppercorn's at
except for
250.
CFS. I'm just trying to understand why we put the highest number in there when we don't really know what Peppercorn with that particular engineer on the principal engineer is giving us. We're getting a rock in the window. I kind of like the options. I mean, if you look at BG Consultants and you go out for engineer all the time. So I'm just trying to look at the options that BG gives us. If we use like an intern just to get some ideas on something, it would save the county a lot of money. Instead of just going out to Peppercorn every time, let's get with an engineer, $2.50 an hour.
I think most of the engineering firms, depending on what we call for the project, would assign whomever they believed could provide the service at the most reasonable rate.
I guess that is something I would like to know. As far as the cost per hour, when we call for a project to have, like, let's say it's the courthouse, is that something that it's going to take a principal 3 engineer to figure out a courthouse? No, it shouldn't, probably, right? So having an option to go with a lower per hour rate on a roof would be nice, I feel, for the county to save a lot of money. So your recommendation is Peppercorn?
Yes.
You want to wait for Jason or you want to make a motion?
The table to next week.
The commissioners, the issue is we've waited an extra week. The on-call engineer, we have a limited time to get the grant for the courthouse in. And this engineer, whoever we hire, will have just a few weeks to put all that together along with the FEMA for Baskerville. I'm sorry to say, we were pretty much up against the wall to make a decision on this. I tried to get it done last week, but I couldn't.
This is just fill out the term that we're in the 2-year, what's left of
Yeah,
the
what is it? Just 2 years?
2-year term.
2-year term, and I'm asking so that we don't have to continue to rebid, that we're allowed to fill the 2-year term after completing the remaining time frame that's left on the 2-year term that Call Valley was unable to fill. So you're looking at close to 3 years, not quite.
When is the courthouse documentation due?
By the end of the month. And we've got to have spreadsheets and numbers from the engineering to the grant folks. They wanted them last week, but they're okay if we get them as quickly as we can to them this week.
Did we get maybe I missed it. If it's in my share drive, I apologize. But on the 2017, did we get the application from the courthouse? You know what I'm talking about? We asked for it, the 2017 Heritage Grant.
We're just gonna
Or the
close it out
tax.
this week, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We don't have the numbers to close that out yet. You're absolutely right. You did not get it back because I don't have the numbers. I sent it to the clerk's office to get some confirmation on what numbers were used, but we haven't. This is a bit of a research project. We haven't been able to find those numbers and make sure
I
that
was looking for the application though, that we were going to close out, right?
that application is 3 stages. The first 2 is the application, the third is a closing. And that's what we're waiting on, so I can put it in front of you before we close out that grant.
I believe part of the application is filling in what was spent. I think that's what we're trying to track.
Trying to find out.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to need that done before we start all this, right? Or no?
No. We'll need, that is something our staff will be doing. The application for the grant, the engineer and the regional planning will be working together on.
I'd like to just move on for right now, and we'll come back to it before the end of the meeting. Is that okay?
It's fine.
I'd rather go talk about it with legal.
Okay.
The HR are roads for 152 to 1850. I told you last week it was moved into September because of some paperwork between KDOT and the engineers. I got notified that through some phone calls, we've moved that back to April. The importance of all of that is that we're still trying to keep the first part of that project on track for this year. So that goes out to let in April and that we can get that project done over the summer. If it doesn't go to let until early fall, we will never get it finished this year. The second part of that, you had a contract
that needed to be reviewed. And I'm asking you whether or not you'd like me now to send that to your county counselor so she can review it and bring it back to you next week.
Contract for what? What were we talking about? I'm sorry.
From 1095.
1650 to south.
I don't.
KDOT, you have to enter into an agreement with them for the grant.
Grant we was talking about earlier.
Yeah, that's fine. Send. Do you have an email set up yet? Can you send it to Danielle for now?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you do or not.
Can you send it to Danielle, Sean, first?
I also have the quick calm as-built and contracts, if you'd like those sent over to legal as well.
Yes.
Okay. You'll see through our senior center, we got a letter from Pleasanton. I've attached it. It's in reference to fire services, and I have no other information on it other than what's in the letter. Lomas was sent to mapping. This is a process through the floodplain.
Hold on. Can we back up? So the residents, okay, so Pleasant is going to be having a meeting April 28th, 6 p.m. As commissioners, I feel like we need to advise Randy to be at that meeting. They are going to.
Randy plans on being there.
Okay,
and
I
think
just,
he is.
well, I didn't know if anyone had reached out to him and sent him
He
an
knows
email.
about it. He sent us an email on it.
Okay, so
He sent an email about it this week.
do we want legal there? Or let it be?
I don't know. I think Randy could bring the information back to us from the meeting and then because it's something, there's a few decisions you're gonna have to be made, before,
Yeah.
with Pleasanton.
Okay. Do we want to have someone from the commission be at that meeting?
I think we're good with Randy being there as far as what, he knows what, what's gonna have to take place. It's the way I got it from him in his email, but I'll reach back out to him again to verify it. We've got, 2 or 3 weeks. April 28th is the meeting.
Okay, sorry, Sean.
No, you're fine. So the LOMAs are letters of mapping change. This has to deal with the floodplain and the documents we filed with them and the process that we're going through with the floodplain. We've had calls on this. I've sent it over to mapping. My intention is to work with mapping to complete this so that we meet all our state requirements.
And that's just a change in the floodplain.
Yes, there, you'll see a list of attached floodplain mapping changes, and they give portions and sections of different areas. And those parties were given letters, some of which have contacted us, but they need mapped out because we do have the floodplain maps, both in the clerk's office and in planning and zoning for the public, should they need a copy of those, or insurance carriers need those.
So are there any homes currently on any of these addresses?
I can't answer that.
So we've received it. What do we need to do from here then?
Well, the first part was sending it to mapping to get it mapped, and the second part will be me meeting with them and then making contact with the floodplain management at the state to make sure we fulfilled all of our requirements under the statute, because quite honestly, we have no one here trained in floodplain management. So I'm trying to assist planning and zoning with that to make sure that we meet all our requirements.
What do you need from us on that?
I'm just informing you that it occurred and trying to keep you up to date on the process. If it changes and there is something that comes up that needs your direct attention,
I will point it out to you.
Okay.
You got an email from Shane Kroll, or I did, that I passed along. This answers your questions about Miami County's willingness to be involved in the application for a grant for Indianapolis, which is their portion of the road going north for the Devlin Road project. He was quite frank in whose decision this would be, but was very frank in the fact that, similar to a lot of counties, including ours, they're struggling to keep cash up to service the hard surface roads they have. And even if they were granted it, he couldn't make any guarantees as to whether or not it would be a project that they completed.
Okay. I think that's just documents that you need to keep with that file moving forward when we're going over work studies on the roads, right? Just keep it all together.
Yeah, keep it with it, so.
Next thing I had was the Foley recommendation on the loader and the expense report. If you want to cover those or pass them on for next week, however you want to handle those.
I see on that expense, we rebuilt the tracks or rebuilt the undercarriage, quite a pretty large sum of money on one side of the undercarriage.
On one side, I do believe you're correct.
Not very long ago.
I'd have to look up a date.
A year.
Mhm.
1 year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. 4/1/2024. Looks like it should be brand new.
That side should be. Let's move on from that to next week.
Okay.
Dock removal is scheduled to begin tomorrow. First quarter discharge reports were sent in for the Centerville Sewer District. And we just had a pump that needed repaired last week in that district as well. We were able to call in a contractor and get that back up and going. The boiler at the courthouse has a gas valve that failed. Then we got a cold snap, which made things over there somewhat uncomfortable.
Cool.
One company who failed to call back, I left a message. And several of the companies have had back and forth with me about wanting information on not only what the insurance damages may be, but setting up times to come visit. And also, I've had contact with SHPO, who said as long as we bid a replacement that has been on there before, something similar in aesthetics, that it should get approved. So we can go ahead and bid the roof and then file for the permit to complete the work.
Am I right that even we can go back on as far as the appraised value, what the replacement was to talk to insurance? They paid us a certain amount, but can we?
I think our time is running out, but I think it's a year usually.
I'd have to look into that. I know that,
Because I think that it was written somewhere that I read that they would,
I think it's
adjust it.
standard practice for insurance companies to do that, but I'm sure there's going to be a time frame where you have to.
Can you reach out to them and see what that is, or
sure.
see if where we're at?
Right, so they've made a small payment to us
They
to
made a
replace
small payment to us.
12 of the tiles from that windstorm back in last May. And then when we make the repair, we get an additional check.
Okay.
So what you're asking is, how long do we have until that check expires? Is that what you're
Until
asking?
that expires, or if there is more damage, because they actually just droned it. If we see more damage once we're up there,
Okay.
if there's a chance to get a larger reimbursement.
Commissioners, aside from the engineering, that's what I had for you.
I don't have
I
anything.
don't have anything else. Actually, I have a lot, but today, all right. So the building, the appraiser's building,
Okay.
inside there is where Jason's original desk was
Okay.
placed. You know what I'm talking about in the middle?
Yes.
Not really the courtroom, but kind of.
Correct.
Okay, so our maintenance guys or whoever, they have ladders, equipment, just painting supplies. And that's been Jason's office for a long time. It's not anymore, but is there a plan to finish that building? And if not, we will try to come up with a solution. But because the stuff is still sitting there, I'm wondering when's that going to be picked up, put back over where it needs to go?
I can have that done immediately as far as plans to finish the building.
Yeah.
That would be between you commissioners because we were instructed at different phases that some storage areas weren't to be completed at that time.
Okay. The other thing is I would like to have, so the office where IT let you know that we couldn't use that office where the control
The
panel is.
back room where the control panel is.
I want that reevaluated. I want to know if we can use that office. And if not, I want a written statement from IT and have him come in next week if he's saying no. Can you get with Chris on that? Possibly?
I can get on it. I'm not sure who would give a written statement. It'd have to be,
Well, I'm assuming Chris is the one that told the department no, so.
I would have to think it would be between him and the fire chief as far as what
Okay,
code
well,
is.
The fire chief, this is the next issue. So on the door by Dustin Schuler's office, it's permanently locked with a fire exit right above the door. And that door was supposed to be replaced a long time ago. So
It was never scheduled to be replaced. It was scheduled to be repaired on the trim, but it,
I thought we were putting an emergency like so where you can exit, you can push out like the lever to get out, but you can't get in. That was their understanding of what was going to happen.
okay, my understanding was I was told to repair it and leave it so that it could be unlocked and used to go out. The unfortunate part, you can go in, if you can go in, you can go out on a deadbolt door from both sides. If you're wanting to price out a fire break door and look at the two back doors as well to see how they're set up, I can have that done. Yes.
That's the only door I'm aware of and they're aware of that you can't get out. It's locked all the time.
The others may have the handle. I don't
They
know.
do.
I'd have to look. It's been a long time since I've been there.
I'd like to get over there and figure out the door situation. They've been asking for that for quite a while. Also, like scheduling, if there's anything going on with Public Works that you're going to schedule maintenance in that building, can you work with their staff to make sure they're not having hearings at that time?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I was unaware that there was something there or a conflict, but I'll
Just
check
make sure
into
that
it.
they're aware if they're going to be coming over replacing a toilet or anything. It's going to cause noise and damage while they're having hearings. Just kind of work with their office to make sure they know what's going on. If they have something scheduled, maybe an email sent out to at least the department heads.
Okay.
If
So
you're doing work in that building, can you send out an email to the department heads?
I'll work with the maintenance supervisor to see if we can get that accomplished.
Okay.
Because a lot of that stuff I wouldn't know about.
Like a schedule on it?
Yes, when it would be replaced, when the parts would come in, things of that nature.
Okay, and then I think I got an email on this from your office, Danielle, but regarding the budget for Bunker Hill and Pleasanton on the senior centers, do you have anything to do with that? On their budget?
On the budgeting?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So can you get me how much we're putting into Bunker Hill compared to Pleasanton?
Putting in as
Like
far as,
on the budget, like how much money, like how much resources do we put into one area versus another building.
Okay.
Their questions were really over that, and then also Meals on Wheels. I'm looking at Meals on Wheels, and correct me if I am wrong, but what I'm seeing is that's something outside of the county.
It
Is that correct?
Jason's on that board. Yeah,
Okay.
it is.
Jason's on a board though?
Jason is on the board up there.
So do we have a contract with them to use Meals on Wheels as a
Yeah.
county?
We pay into it.
Can I get the copy of the contract for Meals on Wheels? If we pay into it?
If I've got a copy of it, it may be in the clerk's office, but I'll attempt to locate it.
Okay, because I have a few people asking specific questions on Meals on Wheels. What does the county put into it? Why are we using them? Can we go somewhere else? Also, as far as senior centers go, we have Bunker Hill and Pleasanton, and then we got rid of Parker, right?
You got Blue Mountain, have Centerville, but I don't know that Centerville's been open. I think it's been closed for a little while. That with management issue. I mean, having somebody to operate it, I believe.
We had, that I know of, there was a lady that ran it, and when she couldn't, her daughter substituted sometimes there.
They was delivering, last I was told, they was delivering it just to the homes because something had happened up there.
So these are funded by the county, correct?
Well, the county, the senior centers, yes, they are, but the meals are actually come through Ottawa.
So we have buildings funded by the county, and do we get together with them? Do we meet with them? Do we see like what their hours are? Are we putting requirements on these buildings should be open from this time to this time? Do we have employees? Do we pay anyone to work there?
Each site has a service manager for the food program
Do they get paid?
that opens it up, and they're paid through the program, but that's not through us.
That's through Meals on Wheels.
Well, is it ECA? What, I mean,
It's not Meals on Wheels.
it's not Meals on Wheels, but I don't know what it's called.
Area on Aging.
Yeah.
Do we pay? Do we buy into that?
Yeah, we pay into it.
So if we're, as a county, paying into those things, then I guess I'm looking for all of the information regarding it, because I'm having people ask specific questions like, why is this building open and only these hours, and Pleasanton's open all these days, and you know, how much money are you putting into Pleasanton versus
Each
Bunker
building,
Hill?
they do keep it open different times. I think like Pleasanton is a lot more active in what they do than others.
They have bingo, they have cards, they have a lot more active program, but they have a lot more attendance.
Well, that was the whole conversation. We're in, you know, specifically talking right now about Bunker Hill is getting more people there, and hey, it's open. These are the hours. So I guess the other questions were, there, Pleasanton is more active, but is that person that's working there, is she getting paid more than a person would be getting paid at Bunker Hill? Like more hours. And what you're saying is that has nothing to really do with the county. I hear you saying that. But at the same time, as a county, we're buying into these programs, and I want to know what we're putting into it. So
Jason will be able to give you more information on that because he is on that board.
Yeah, I've never had anything to do with that contract or that board.
She'll come at budget time. I think of her name in a minute, but
okay.
She comes at budget time.
So, okay. I don't have anything else.
I don't have anything.
I'm good. Do you have anything?
Do you need
We're
me-
going to get back to you on.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's not going to be today. I'm just saying not right now.
Okay. The one thing I would ask, if you do make a motion and I'm not here, again, this is a very time-sensitive issue. I would ask that you make a motion and approve Peppercorn temporarily until the contract through legal is made with them. so that I can work with them this week and start working on the courthouse and FEMA projects with them before the contract is signed. I've got a couple timeline issues that may prohibit waiting on the contract to get signed and without missing deadlines. Okay?
Yep,
Thank you.
thank you.
Then we need to,
Kent?
Kent.
Just get with Danielle if you need to be on the agenda next week or in the future.
Yeah,
I'll put it there.
just a couple of quick things here. I've got a couple of applications for construction debris. I finally figured out the way to get these done correctly. I've got a Amanda Dornan in, I believe she's in Pleasanton. I gave her a number of CD 25002. She's asking for debris removal for a house reconstruction. My question to you is, do you need copies of this to see this?
You sent them to us as
I
far as
think I saw it.
the building.
Yeah, I saw him.
We waive the dumping fees sometimes at our landfill for different house demolitions or remodeling, just to help improve the communities. And we've done that before.
And I have two others.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
That was the one in Pleasanton.
That was one in Pleasanton, right.
We waived the dumping fees for the demolition material.
Do you have others?
I have two more.
Okay, go ahead and read through.
Okay, both of these are in Parker. One is at 319 West Taft, and the other one is at 202 South Center. Both of these are being so close that I've asked, I'm just looking for a 50% reduction on both of these. Not a complete 100% reduction in their fee.
50% for the two at Parker, and then we need to make a motion for each one separately.
Separately, I can do it.
Yeah, and that
Let me
would
just look
be,
through these pictures on 105 and then.
that would be CD 25003 and 25004.
So on the one in Parker, they're demolishing the entire house?
It appears that way. Yes.
And the one in Pleasanton, entire demolition?
The one in Pleasanton, that's going to be taken, yeah, that one's all gone. That's on a farmhouse that's being taken down, and then they're building the new house right on top of the same foundation.
You're talking about the one in Pleasanton?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a remodel.
Oh, a remodel. Sorry, I'm thinking of the one before that, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay, wait,
that's
hold
a
on.
remodel that's going to be done.
Okay, hold on. 105 West 7th is 100% demo,
It's 100% demo.
and you're asking for 50% reduction on costs for landfill dump fees.
That would be on the,
105.
that would be on the other ones in Parker.
The Pleasanton, 105 West 7th is a
Oh, sorry.
remodel that is being gutted. And then put back together by a developer. Pleasanton also signed off and said that it would be a value of the community. Everything's the same. The only difference is they're not clearing the lot. They are putting that house back together. They're just pulling it back to the studs. And the two in Parker, I'm asking for 50% on those. I worked those up because you're getting more than one house per year. We're asking that you only pay for 50% of each house rather than pay for one house and not the other, which would encourage people to bring us two houses and say they came from one lot. I'm not saying that that's what would occur in this case, but I'm just trying to avoid future conflict and giving multiple houses per year, which if you look at your application, it discourages multiple houses per year. He is ripping down 2 houses in Parker, so I believe 50% per house is reasonable.
I just would like to have more of a standard on why we would do 50% and why we wouldn't.
Well, I don't see how we can, how are we gonna know what 50% is when we get there? I mean, if they bring it to us, how are we gonna?
They're saying 50% on the cost,
Oh,
right? On the full dump.
On each
Yeah.
one.
okay.
We don't have to
Okay.
do half a house.
Yeah, that, I mean, if you
I don't
did one house and not
So
the
if it's
other.
50% on all the loads he brings us.
Yes, because the loads could be combined from both.
Okay.
There's no way pulling that apart. So 50% on both those houses would be 50% on the loads he brings us.
How often do we do 50% versus 100? Because I've only heard 100%, honestly.
This is the first time that I know of that we've had 2 houses from the same owner within a 12-month period. And if you look at the application, it discourages multiple houses per year. That's why we backed it off to 50%. I mean, he is getting a complete dump fee waived
On one.
on one house, but
Okay.
I would hate to think we would give one taxpayer a lot more than we would give anyone else.
So are we going to be recording this particular individual so we know, like, the rest of this year, he's not going to be allowed to have one?
We're supposed to be able to only have them open 30 days or so too, once it starts. I mean, as far as, there is a time limit, I think, on what we,
On how long they can bring them in.
mhm,
And they have to be closed out.
to close it out.
Okay. I'm fine with 50%. Are you fine with 50% on that?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm good.
did he request 100? I'm assuming.
That's all I have.
And what
Okay, hold on
resolution
just a second.
numbers were they?
The one in Pleasanton is 25, CD 25002. The house in, at 319 West Taft in Parker is CD 25003. And the one at 202 South Center, also Parker, is 25004.
Okay. I'll make a motion that we approve CD 25002, address 105 West 7th Street, Pleasanton, Kansas, for 100% dump removal fees.
I'll second that. It's been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 I'll make a motion that we allow, actually, what was the name of, I guess it doesn't really matter. CD 25004, address 202 South Center, Parker, Kansas, for dump fees at 50%.
I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Make a motion that we approve CD 25003 at address 319 West Taft Street, Parker, Kansas, for 50% dump fees.
I'll second it. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That it?
That it?
That's all I have.
That's it?
That's it.
All
Okay.
right, you have a meeting coming up tomorrow?
That'll be tomorrow. That agenda's being put together, so it's not very newsy.
Okay. Will it be published today?
Hope to get it out today.
Okay. Get with IT, make sure it's listed online.
Beg pardon?
Can you get with IT, make sure it's listed online?
Yeah, I've just got the secret decoder ring to SharePoint, so I'll get it on
Perfect.
Yeah,
Have a great night.
thank you.
Bye.
Sheriff James Ikes here. I'm going to touch on real quick our Douglas County youth intake. Since we've got a new counselor here, I just wanted you to look at that. If you guys haven't done anything with that yet, we need to look at that. And anyways, I don't know if you've done anything with it or not. It was brought to me the first of the year, and we needed somebody to look over the agreement. And that's for Jason.
When you need it back by?
I don't, this is all you guys.
Okay.
That's had nothing to do with me.
Okay.
But if you got any questions, Pam is a contact at Douglas County. If you got any questions, the first page is just what you're looking at as far as the agreement. It's not a contract, it's just an agreement. The rest of it is just intake papers that we have to fill out when we submit it to somebody. The court remands them to.
Now, was we gonna go with to get two places?
Okay, so Johnson County also offers the same thing. Since everybody's approached him, because everybody dropped, Bourbon County, Linn County, Miami County, everybody dropped the contract that we had before. Johnson County's trying to make up a blanket agreement for all three counties, and then they will submit it to us. So it's gonna be a similar agreement, just like that. But Johnson County has not came up with the same agreement. They are also at the same $150 per day per juvenile and all that. So, but Johnson County just has not got their agreement done yet.
We are using Douglas County.
Right now, if there is a juvenile remanded by the court, right now, Douglas County said that they would take them no problem. So we're not stuck in a pickle if we get.
So we just need to get this signed.
I wanted her to look at it, and I wanted you guys to look at it, and if everything is okay.
Did you give her a copy?
We don't need to sign this. This is just what we do sign when we are sending it with a child, right?
Okay. That would be questions. That would be questions for Pam, because I'm sure she's gonna want an agreement signed.
Okay.
Okay?
So you'll take care of that for us, Jackie?
And this is all through the commission. I don't have anything to do with this, but it came up, and it came up apparently last week when I was out of the office, and they were telling you that they.
The one south that we stopped using.
Yeah.
They were telling you that you needed to sign the contract and everything, but this was an alternative to the contract.
Okay.
And anyways, but yeah, so that's what we talked about earlier this year.
You give us something.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Should I add this to the agenda?
You want to add it to the agenda or just get with us on it? I think we're good. I'll let you know if I need to.
Okay.
You got something else? Go ahead.
I don't.
I'm sorry, I was talking to Sean. He's got something else.
Oh, okay.
Commissioners, I have one more dump assistance form. This is CD 25001. This is for 16217 Peterson Lane, Pleasanton, Kansas. This application was made on 2/14/25. Originally, this application was handled by Kent, and I took over the application to try to clarify it as it was incorrectly marked and needed a new vote on it.
25001.
Yes, that's correct. We're asking for 100%. This is a farmhouse being demolished on a property that a lot split's been done on from a family farm so that they can put in a house.
How many houses per year can this county handle?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you how many we've done a year. Can you guys tell us how many we were?
I can look it up for last year and let you know, but they come in spurts. I mean, we'll go months without doing this, but it seems here of late, there's been a rush.
I guess I'm approving these because this is normal
That's what we've done
what
before.
we've always done, but I would like to have clarity on how many homes can we demolish in the county in a year and have the capacity.
I called our engineer and he is supposed to be working with Al to work out the capacity for us currently. I'm supposed to be getting a new estimate on capacity.
I mean, we've done it over the years, but this is waiving the fees, but still people have to get rid of it no matter whether we waive the fees or not. So it's going to end up in our dump. I mean, it is.
That's correct. It's going to end up there. It's just whether or not we take a fee for it. But I did ask Terracon, Tony Malini to give us a new estimate because Al had some concerns out there for our C&D.
Okay.
How do we verify that everything goes down there comes from, are we allowing out of state people to dump down there?
Not that I'm aware of, but I would have to ask Al the procedures. If I took a guess at how he runs the scales, it would be a guess. So if I had to answer that, I'd have to get back to you next week.
It's just supposed to be actually for Linn County, right? I mean,
Yes.
I mean, but it's the same thing with like trash. Anyone can come in here with a Johnson County tag and dump at our trash compactors. The person working can say something to them, but then they can say, well, we own property down here.
Right. So you just want to waive the dump fees on this?
I can do that. I'll make a motion that we waive dump fees at 100% at address 16217 Peterson Lane, Pleasanton, Kansas. Was it Pleasant? CD 25001.
Yep.
I'll second that motion. Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Another question, cloud permit. Cloud permit for planning and zoning.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that only planning and zoning has access to?
As far as I know, yes.
It's the only software that we use as a county that shows building permits, right?
Unless they're done by hand. I believe we will still take a hand permit if it's filled out.
And those hand permits aren't submitted through the online, our software program? After they're received on paper?
After they're received on paper, whether Kent scans them in or not, I would have to find out. I do not know the answer to that. But I do know we still accept them both online and in hand.
Them in before Kent? Or no?
Do you know if Darren did that?
I do not.
I don't know either.
I do not.
I'm just asking because of the whole issue with the building permits. It would be easy if you could access the software.
Mm-hmm.
Can you get with Kent and see if all of our building permits are submitted, even if they come in on paper? Is it an option to go ahead and upload them to Cloud Permit so others can see it?
Okay, I'll check on that.
Okay.
That's all I had for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I did want to circle back to the appraiser's building. IT is communicating with me that they never said you cannot use that back room as an office. In fact, they did wire in 2 network jacks for that to be used as an office. They only recommended that because the electrical panels are in that room, that for safety reasons, there should be 3 to 5 feet of clearance around those panels.
So as long as we keep 5 feet away from the panels, we can use them.
Just wanted to clarify.
Three to 5 feet, and surely they can measure that out and put a desk in there, right? Can you notify, or I can notify Lisa that she's available, she can use that room?
As long as you keep 3 to 5 feet away from the panels.
That's right.
Although we're sleeping 3 to 5 feet in a cabin, but that's another story. Okay, I'll let her know. All right, I would like to go into executive session for legal to go over contracts pursuant to KS 754319. For
For how long?
15 minutes.
Okay, with who?
Legal and commissioners.
Okay. I'll second that. Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We'll return at 12:38, is that right?
39.
39? Okay. We do have some action from executive session.
Okay, regarding hiring the on-call engineer for Linn County, I make a motion that we go with CFS Engineers out of Topeka, Kansas to fulfill the term left. Do you know what the term was left on do you know what it was, Sean?
It's just sort of a year.
Okay. We're just gonna fulfill the term left for the county. And that's my motion.
I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 I make a motion, we go back into executive session pursuant to KS 754319 regarding job descriptions for 15 minutes, returning at, what would it be? 6?
56.
56? Is that right? 56?
56-7.
12:56.
Okay. I'll second that motion.
Who's going in?
Non-elected personnel with legal and the commissioners.
I'll second that. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I make a motion, we go back into executive session for 30 more minutes for job description and personnel, return at, 1:26? That's my motion.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Just list open meetings.
So here's his.
Yeah, you're gonna have to. because
There's no action.
he serves at the
There's no action from executive session. I make a motion, we go back into executive session for 20 minutes for job description, of non-elected personnel with Danielle, the two commissioners and our counselor. So that will return us at, 1:43? My motion.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
30 seconds.
These are signed except for Jason, but I don't know if he has to.
I don't know what any of you have to do. I mean, Jacqueline's against supposed to sign it. Commissioners printed them. I don't know.
We had some action from executive session.
We said 43? 42. We said 42?
I thought so.
I thought we got 42. Well, that's
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. We had some action from executive session.
I'll make a motion that we terminate effective immediately Sean West, Public Works Director.
I'll second that. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anything else?
I need to request 10 minutes executive session with legal and Jesse Walton
Okay.
for non-elected personnel.
I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, say aye. We'll return at, 1:53, 54? Okay. Do you have some action from executive session?
I make a motion that we move Jesse Walton to the Public Works Interim Director, effective immediately.
I'll second that
You
motion.
know what, my mic's. You think anybody heard that? Should I repeat it?
I would repeat it.
I'm just gonna repeat my motion because my mic was off. I make a motion that we move Jesse Walton to the Public Works Interim Director, effective immediately.
I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 I make a motion that we go out for Public Works Director employment in the paper till the position is filled, and also on Indeed and other resources that you use through HR.
I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded.
Just
have
to
discussion?
clarify, the job title is Public Works Administrator. Does it need to specifically say the job title?
Yes, it needs to say it specifically,
In the
so
paper. So you want to restate
I thought
that?
it was direct, okay, well, I can. However the job description reads, that's fine, for now.
Yes, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 I make a motion that we move the Linn County Marina and Park from supervision originally with Public Works to Economic Development Director, Chastity Ware.
I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded. Any more discussion?
Effective immediately. Just forgot to state that.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 I'll make a motion that we go into executive session for 10 minutes with legal and HR regarding job descriptions for non-elected personnel.
I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We'll return at 2:06. We had some action from executive session.
I make a motion, sorry. I make a motion that we move GIS mapping under the appraisers department for job evaluations and other supervisor roles.
I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 I make a motion that we sign the contract for Jacqueline Paletta, our county counselor, as written.
I'll second that motion.
It just needs your signature on it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. What else?
In regards to the street signs that you guys talked about
Yes.
last week, I have a couple of resolutions for you all to sign.
Do I need to state each resolution out loud and the number? Do I need to make a motion individually? All right. Make a motion that we adopt resolution number blah, blah, blah. I make a motion that we adopt resolution 2025-7 regarding traffic signs in Linn County. This is an installed children at play signs on Gorman Road, north and south of the intersection located at 200 Road.
I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 I make a motion that we adopt resolution 2025-8 regarding traffic signs in Linn County. Install bus stop signs north and east of the bus stop located at the Gate 3 entrance for Tanglewood HOA at the intersection of Newton Road and 1850 Road.
I'll second that motion. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 I make a motion that we adopt resolution 2025-9 regarding traffic signs. Install bus stop signs north and south of the bus stop located at the Gate 2 entrance exit for Tanglewood HOA on Mills Road.
I'll second that motion. Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 I'm sorry.
Anything else?
Commissioners?
Pardon me?
No, sir.
You have anything? Well, I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye.